Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope you all are doing well today. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope that you are ready to answer some fun questions this evening because I got some lined up for you that I'm really looking forward to. Tonight, I will be working on hopefully, maybe finishing World War Z by Max Brooks. And I have begun Death's End by Session Leo this week. I have also finished the next two books from the Monstrous volumes, if you're familiar with those comics. So I finished three of them so far. There are 8 total. We only have 5 in the house, so I'm going to end up being like super addicted to them and then not being able to finish them, which is really going to suck. But hopefully in the future, I'll be able to get the last 3 as well. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket if you're cold, and put a fan on you if you're hot. I will definitely be drinking water tonight, but I don't have my glass with me. And I might end up making a whiskey lemonade for later. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. I feel like I've had a lot of sugar today, but I'm a sugarholic. I'm a sugar fiend. So that won't stop me from having more. Definitely won't. So before we kind of delve into everything, tell me what it is that you are reading and working on tonight because I definitely want to hear it. And I will go ahead and head on over to the comments. Kat was the first to come in. Kat, yay! Kat says, "Hey, Alex, I get to hang out with you this week. Woohoo! I'm really glad to hear that, Kat. No worries about last week. It sounds like you had a really great time. And I, of course, ended up missing your sprint on Wednesday because I had another event, which you may be interested to hear. I had 152 people at that event. So that was wild. And Swank says, "Howdy, everybody. Howdy to you too, Swank. You said, 'Hey, Kat, I left you a message on your website.'" Cool. Angel, hello. Angel says, "Hello, y'all. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too." Kat says, "Hey, Swank." And Nicole, hi. Nicole says, "Hi, Alex. Well, hello to you too. And hope that you are having a wonderful Friday and that you're getting ready for the weekend because I know I'm getting ready for the weekend. I'm actually having a gathering tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. I ended up buying enough food to feed an army because my experience with hosting events for work has made me extremely paranoid of like running out of food or people being hungry. So I end up like stockpiling and I'm like, I'm going to have all the food and you can take some home if you want it. So basically, if you're ever hungry, my house is the place to be. And Melinda says, "Hello, all." Well, hello to you too, Melinda. Glad that you could make it. And Swank says, "I'm reading Maggie's Grave at 54% in." Very cool. And Nicole says, "Hi, Kat, Swank, Angel, and Melinda." He also said, "I'm reading The Mysteries of Paris and Drood." Yes, I remember you mentioning that one prior. So I'm hoping that that one is going well for you and that you're liking it. I do want to do a quick note here. I am super, super early into Death's End, but I had so much. You all know this. I had so much reservation about starting this book because of the way that the middle one went. And I was like, am I going to end up hating this? Like, I was dreading starting it because I didn't know what to think. I will say that the very beginning actually was way better, like automatically, than what I got in the second book. And I'm hoping that that's going to bode well for this. I mean, you really can't judge a book by the first 30 pages when it's, a tiny mammoth and over 700, but I'd like to believe that I can. So we'll see. Meaning that tonight I'm going into it with positivity instead of being like, oh God, what am I doing with my life? I'm going to end up being in a reading slump. I don't want to believe that I'm going to be in another reading slump. Let's see. Oh no. See, this is what happens when I click off of my comment, then I don't know where to go back to. Good job, me. And Melinda says, "Finishing Know My Name is my top priority." Cool. I hope that that is really cool. That's Know My Name sounds like some sort of like thriller novel. It's probably not, but it just sounds like that to me. And Swank says, "Hey, Nicole." And Angel says, "It's Friday. Have some sugar." I have sugar all the time because I can't help it. Sugar really helps me get through the day. I don't know if anybody else experiences this when they eat, but I've had this weird thing pretty much, I mean, the majority of my life, as far as I can remember, that whenever I eat protein, I always have to have sugar because the sugar like helps me to digest it. And if I end up having too much sugar, then my body craves protein. It's like the two things have to go together. I can't just have one or the other. Very strange. I'm curious if anybody else is like that, or maybe it's just like one of the weird things about me. Faye says, hello, I'm reading Those People Next Door by Kaya Abdullah. I'm a little over halfway through and it's unput downable right now. Oh, well, thank you for putting it down enough to type that comment, Faye. Very nice. Oh, by the way, Faye, have you heard back about your thesis? How long does it take to hear back about theses? Since I never did one. And Nicole says, first time I get to read in days. Oh, well, I'm so glad because that would be rough because I know you read a lot. So if you weren't able to, then that means that you were super busy. And Kat says, Barry is on his way home and he heard your voice and says, hey, we're on the phone. Oh, well, hello to you too, Barry. I hope that you are having a wonderful day so far and are ready for the weekend. And Heidi says, hello, everyone. I am listening to A Fool's Hope today, book 2 of The Last War. Sweet. And happy to have you, Heidi. It's good to see you. Robert, what's up, Robert? Robert says, would you rather have virtual ice cream or a metaphysical steak? I mean, virtual ice cream is, pretty, I can imagine that, but a metaphysical steak, I don't know what that means. So I'm gonna go with virtual ice cream because I'd like to like give a virtual ice cream to like a character in a game or something. That would be fun. William's Library William, hello. William says greetings. Also, you got a new picture, William, and I like it. Looks nice. Kat says, hey, Nicole, how's moving going? And Nicole says, metaphysical steak, I need real ice cream. Well, if that's the case, I also would need a real steak because I do love a good steak. We've talked about this before. There are certain cultures that, like, if I moved to, I would be able to be vegetarian, but in America, it would be extremely difficult because I'm just surrounded by like cheeseburgers and steak and stuff all the time. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading the Iliad translated by Catherine Alexander. I'm on book 6. Sweet. Well, good to see you, Zach. I'm glad you were able to make it. And William says, I'm reading The Thousand Autumns of Jacob de Zoet by David Mitchell. That is quite a name. For some reason, when you typed that, it reminded me of The 10,000 Doors of January. Like, I know I've mentioned this on here before, but like the names that people come up with for books anymore, it's like they're long and they're kind of complicated. And I enjoy it. I think it's fun. Like the 10,000 or excuse me, the 1,000 Autumns of Jacob de Zoet is a great name. I just wonder like when officially we started moving into that, and just like with like book cover trends, if like titles that are long are going to start moving out of fashion after a while. Very curious. Nicole says, Kat, we're out. All our things are out of the house. Woohoo! Now the junk guys are coming just to clear out the junk. That's awesome, Nicole. That is so much work. Way to go. And he says, oh, how's know my name? I want to read that soon. Robert says, I'm reading a treasury of great science fiction. Cool. Hello, Nicole. Robert says, hashtag Reese's Pieces. Yes, Robert, you will be happy to know that every time I think about Reese's Pieces or I like see a Reese's, you end up popping into my mind. That is how much we have talked about them. You are synonymous with Reese's. And Melinda says, nope, it's Know My Name in Chanel Miller's memoir. Oh, she was Emily Doe in the Stanford rape case back in 2016 or thereabouts. Okay, so it's nonfiction. Good to know. I was totally wrong. And Nicole says, I also want to read The Thousand Autumns. How's that going, William? And Nicole says, hi, Robert. And Melinda says, Nicole, it's fantastic, incredibly powerful, but also puts you through the emotional ringer. I would imagine so, that would be a difficult read. But I also feel like I would like that book. Because, see, now that you say that, the Know My Name, I feel like I've heard about this before, and correct me if I'm wrong, Melinda. A young woman, she had gotten she was at like a party, and I think that she was inebriated or something, and she ended up being raped and then went to trial, and like the judge and all of the people in the trial like weren't really working with her that much. I'm trying to recall this because didn't it happen like it was outside behind like a sorority house or something? I might be totally wrong. I feel like that was I've heard about that like on with Cindy's channel. I feel like she's talked about that book. Sorry. Anyway, um, Faye says, I did hear back. A plus, Faye, great job. I'm so proud of you. You're on your way to graduation. Angel says, hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, yay, Faye, congrats. Faye says, thanks, Nicole. Heidi says, in the evenings now, I'm going to try to read my shelf, which are free books from the library. I picked out Congo by Michael Crichton. Cool. Heidi says, Cat, I never picked up King's later, maybe later in the summer. Okay. And William says, Nicole, it's an interesting and easy read, although there is a lot of character with a lot of dialogue coming out all at once. Okay, so maybe kind of like info dumpy, monologue-y, maybe. Nicole says, good to know, William. Emily, hi. Emily says, hello. And you also said, I listen to Know My Name on audiobook and definitely recommend that way because she reads it herself. Oh, great to know. Okay, cool. Faye says, thanks, Alex. You are most welcome. I also want to ask everybody how long you would like your first sprint to be. Do 30 or 45 minutes. Melinda says, you are right. It was at a frat party, technically behind a dumpster. That I did remember that, but I was afraid to say it because I was like, no, that might be wrong. Okay. The main issue with the trial is the judge gave a light sentence. Okay. Yeah. However, Chanel wrote a victim statement that went viral. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because originally, the whole reason why she was Emily Doe is because she didn't want to be associated with it and the stigma, right? But then she's like, no, I'm going to tell people who I am because when they can put like a face and a name to this case, I'm going to be viewed more as like a human being. I don't know if I'm right about that either, but it's very brave for a woman to come out and say that she was, sexually assaulted or raped in any way, because a lot of times there is no punishment. Like if you can't prove it, then, if you didn't have like a kit test done at a hospital or something like that, like there's going to be no repercussions. And then you are stigmatized for that happening to you. So she was definitely very brave for saying who she was. Swank says, Faye, congrats. And Melinda says 455, but I knew that you meant 45. And Faye says, thanks, Swank. And all right, Robert is dyslexic. So, we've discovered that now. Okay, I will go ahead and I will get 45 minutes up on the clock. And William says, I mean, multiple characters talking all at once, sometimes 10 characters all throwing in it. Oh, ooh. That would be a lot to keep track of, especially if the characters are new to you and you don't really know who they are. Is it a long book? And Nicole said, oh, wow, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, sorry. That would be probably Keaton getting home. So now you're going to hear Bub. Oh! And Zach says, I have some Betty Crocker Reese's peanut butter cup muffins. Oh, or bread mix I might make. Dang, that sounds so good. I have some very ripe bananas that I am planning to make banana nut bread with. So I'm looking forward to that because my banana nut bread is legendary. It's so good. And Nicole says, yum, Zach. I agree. All right, I got to get you all your next question set up for the sprint. I'll be sure to tell him that you said hi, Cat, when he officially walks in, because we'll probably be on the sprint by then. And my first question for you all is, would you rather go to a casino or the zoo? Simple question. Got 45 minutes. Oh, well, it might help if I actually present my screen, huh? That might help just a little bit. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Swank says, Zach, did you bring enough for everyone? Yeah, send me some in the mail. All right, got 45 minutes up. I'll see you on a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 43 in Death's End, and it's already so weird, but like in a good way. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather go to a casino or the zoo? And let's see. Oh, Rena stopped by. I don't know if Rena's still here, but hello to you. Keaton told me that you were interested in joining tonight, so it's so sweet that you decided to make it. Thank you. And Swank says, the zoo, please. And Melinda says, the zoo. I'm not a gambler. And neither am I, Melinda, which is not a bad thing. And Zach says, Swank, haven't perfected that kind of digital sharing yet. Oh, talking about sending the Reese's like cake mix thing that you had. And Kat says, zoo, with all the animals. We have a lot of really good zoos in the United States, I will say that. And I like the ones that are really focused on conservation. Though, admittedly, I want to go to the one that's run by the Irwin family in Australia one day. That's probably like the ultimate zoo trip. And Heidi says, a casino. I like playing red or black on the roulette wheel. Okay, I didn't know that, Heidi. Gonna go take a chance. And Alicia, hi Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex and friends. Just joining, finishing up some chores, and then hoping to read more of Crush so I can finish by tomorrow. Currently 275 of 663. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of pages to catch up on in order to finish by tomorrow, but I know that you can do it. And you said, I would rather go to a zoo and see all of the animals. I'm not much of a casino person, only been once to one. I will say that casinos can be fun to go and like have a drink and walk around. Like they have an interesting atmosphere. I actually did that when I used to travel for work. It's a place that me and one of my coworkers would meet up and we would go and have drinks. But we didn't play. Like I told him one time, I was like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna play a machine once. And I think I bet $2 and I hit a button and I went, people find that fun. Like it was a slot machine, but it was like, a digital slot machine. And it just wasn't my thing, but I wasn't like playing poker or doing something with like other people. So I don't know whether that would be fun to like be at a table with other people, but I definitely do not enjoy slot machines. But some people really like the buffets. And while the drinks are ridiculously overpriced, they were good drinks. And Emily says, not a fan of seeing animals in cages, so I guess the casino, even though I don't gamble. I do like playing the games, though, so I'll say it's a fundraiser and there's no real money. There you go. Okay. I like that. And, if you don't like seeing animals in cages, because I completely understand that feeling, there are places that try to like have really large enclosures and are focused on conservation so it doesn't look like the animals are just like miserable, like just in captivity. But I understand the general feeling and I don't knock you for that at all. Hello, Nani. Nani says, hello. I don't like gambling, so I would love to go to the zoo. Cool. Robert says, casino, if I could spend someone else's money. So true. And I know I don't have any to give you, Robert. Kat says, Swank, I will check your message. I've been out and about the last 2 days. Cat's having fun. And Faye says, zoo, as long as it's more of an animal sanctuary. Yes, there you go. Swank gives a thumbs up to Kat. Rena says, my luck is horrible, so zoo it is. Rena, me too. I do not have the kind of life luck that wins like the lottery or prizes, even like those like ticket raffles that you can do at like work, or like when I was a kid, there was one at our church that we went to. We didn't have that. Like, or I never won things that were fun or that like anybody would want. Like other people always got the bigger prizes. And so I know that I would never win the lottery, which is the reason I don't play that and I don't go to casinos and gamble. But my life luck is usually that things work out the way that they're supposed to. So, I mean, I guess if I had to take one of those two things, you could argue that the second one is valuable too. So I'll have that. And Emily says, hoping to finally finish Horse Barbie, which is still a wild name, and maybe also finish Queer, a graphic history. Okay, cool. I hope that that goes well for you. Zach says, I'd rather go to the zoo. Yeah, me too. And Kat says, Heidi, I hope you get to read later, sooner than later. I'm reading Billy Summers and loving it. And he also said, Zach, I got a copy of Therese Raquin at the library yesterday. However, in America, it is in secret. Okay. Interesting name difference there. And Kat says, I'll start reading it after Billy Summers. Cool. Zach says, I also want to let everyone know there's a site-wide sale on Audible right now. My best find was I pre-ordered The Night Guest by Hilder Nut. Nutsdotir. Okay, so it's like a Scandinavian name for $5.49. Very cool. That's an awesome deal. Zach says, Cat, cool. And Nicole says, go to the zoo. And Heidi says, Zach, I just got the first 3 Malazan books on audio for $15. Thanks. That's a good deal. 3 books. Faye says, I read 33 pages of Those People Next Door, and this might be one of my favorite reads of the year. Cool. That is fantastic. Now, Faye, that, and it might just be me, that also sounds kind of like a thriller name, like Those People Next Door. Did you already say what that is? I remember you saying, of course, that it was unputdownable, but I don't remember you saying what it was or what it was about. So, yeah, that cover definitely has a like thriller vibes. So, if you can give like a brief blurb about what that book's about, that might be fun. And Zach says, Heidi, nice. And Nicole says, finish 2 chapters of The Mysteries of Paris. Awesome. And Rena says, still here, all good. I'm glad that you are still here. Kat says, how are you liking World War Z, Alex? I am liking it, Kat. I am. Reading World War Z is actually what gave me the courage to finally DNF a different book, which made me feel good to be able to do because I never DNF things. And I'm like, hey, I did it finally. I DNF'd 1 book this year. Maybe that'll be the first of others. But it's because I wanted to focus more on this story. I say having read Death's End during the last sprint, but it's so weird to me how much this does read like nonfiction. It doesn't feel like a zombie story. It feels like something that is like been going on in the world and something that we've already lived through. And to Max Brooks's credit, I think he did a really great job with it. I think it's had some kind of profound moments. I love it when authors really take the time to think about a situation in its entirety, like how different parts of the world might respond to an outbreak, even if it wasn't like a zombie outbreak specifically, like a type of like serious illness. Of course, this was written well before COVID. So I was also kind of thinking about that a little bit while I was reading this, just like the world's response to that. But I appreciate how much research went into this, how much thought went into it. You can tell how intelligent Max Brooks is. I thought it was really funny that he referenced his other novel about the like the zombie survival guide, and he was kind of like giving a nod to himself, which now I want to read that, even though I'm not really a big fan of zombie books. Like this has me wanting to read that, which is cool. So I would say good job on the recommendation. I don't know what I would rate it at this point, to be completely honest with you, because I genuinely think it's going to come down to the way that this story wraps up and kind of how we see like the end of the conflict going. But what's so weird is I ended up looking up, because I never watched the movie. Okay, but I did know in the movie that the zombies ran and they climbed walls, and it was like this terrifying thing because the zombies weren't like the shambling corpses that we see in all other media. And then you read the book and it's not like that at all. Like they're exactly the thing that you imagine when you think of a zombie. And I'm like, who decided that? for the movie? Like, is it because they just wanted to make it more action? Like it wasn't going to be interesting or different otherwise because we already have things like The Walking Dead. I don't know, but there have been people who made like a list online of, these are all the differences between World War Z, the book, and the movie. And I'm like, well, I don't want to see the movie now. I really don't. Like, this is yet another example of like, I'm going to read this book and I'm never going to probably engage with the movie or anything else revolving around this again, except maybe Max Brooks's other book. Anyway, that was a very long-winded answer to tell you how I was feeling about it. So there you go. And Melinda says, almost done with Know My Name. Just have the victim statement left to read. Oh, okay. And Swank says, I'm at 66%. Cool. Kat says, I really want to visit the Irwin Zoo as well. Yeah. His kids, I follow them on Instagram, or the son I do, and just like how much he is like his dad kills me. I mean, his mom has done a really good job of like raising the kids to follow in the family footsteps and, think about like Steve Irwin and everything that he represented is just so sweet. Alicia says, hello, everyone. Hello, Alicia. And Brooke, hello to you too. And Brooke says, we went to a Bass Pro Shop and they had a full-grown alligator in a cage. I apologized to him. That is awful. At a Bass Pro Shop? So I take it was meant to be like enticing to people, like it was something cool to look at, like people who have aquariums, because that sounds horrible. How are you just allowed to have an alligator? I don't like people. And Kat says, and obviously I'm not saying that about you, Brooke. I'm saying that about the people who own the shop. And Kat says, I've been to a casino with my friend. We had dinner at a really nice restaurant and saw Boy George in concert. Cool. It was a fantastic experience. No gambling involved. Yeah, casinos can be fun. Nicole says, hi, Alicia. And hi, Nani. William says, I did not like Las Vegas as somebody under 21 in 1999. Everyone under 21 needed a minder. For whatever reason, we needed to keep our distance from the slot machines. Yeah, that's weird because if you're 18, you're allowed to gamble, but if you're in a casino because of the alcohol, I guess you're not supposed to go in, right? I have never been to Las Vegas. My dad and my stepmom Sandy they're actually there right now on a trip. They might have actually just gotten back today. Now that I think about it, but they were there, and I want to go to see the nightlife. Like I want to go to the concerts. I want to see the shows. I want to see like the people and the environment. I probably wouldn't go to a casino in Las Vegas except to walk in and like peek at it, like I don't know, maybe that's weird. I don't know. And Rita says, I used to play the lottery with my granny because she always thought next one is going to make us rich, or maybe she just wanted to make me busy. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, my mom would get like the pull tab cards were like I haven't even seen if they make those anymore, but you used to pull them to see if you got any of like the fruit or the numbers that would win. And I was enamored with them because obviously I'm a kid and I can't buy myself, so I thought they were really cool. Well, on my 18th birthday, I went out and I bought lottery tickets because I'm like, I'm 18, I can do it now. And I bought like 3 different ones of like the scratch offs or whatever. And then I realized how easily you can just blow money on those things and it just does not feel good. So I usually allow myself it's like once every like year or every 2 years, I have this one scratch off that costs like $5 to $10 that I will go at a gas station when I'm on a trip in a car, and I will buy it, and it's a crossword scratch off, and it takes me like 10 to 15 minutes to like take the time to scratch all of them off, and I don't care if I win because I only get to play it like very infrequently, but for whatever reason I find that one fun. I have won on that one before though, and not like anything big, but just enough to like cover the cost of the card. I've won at least my money back before. And Kat says, Alex, I bought 20 books today. Oh my God. Children's literature at the front of the library store for $5. Most are hardcovers. That is wild. So are those ones that you think people donated, or do you think that they were the ones that the library took out of circulation and put in the store so that they could get new inventory? That's a lot of books for $5. Are most of those like picture books? Because you say children's literature, so I'm assuming not like middle grade, but like picture books. I don't know. Raina says, also currently working through our pre-prod docs for our next game and sketching some portraits for the characters. So cool. I love that you do that. You have such a cool job, Raina. I hope that they are treating you well and that you're liking it. Because I know that like working in gaming as a woman can be difficult. So your counterparts there better not be dickheads. I'm just saying. And Alicia says, hi, Nicole. And Kat says, Alicia. And Faye says, Those People Next Door is a thriller, but kind of an unconventional one. Cool. We follow two neighboring families whose misunderstandings and disagreement keep escalating, and it's riveting. Oh, so it's like super drama. It's like if you just took the time to communicate, maybe things wouldn't be getting out of hand, but you don't. So here we are. That would be fun. I agree with that. Alicia, as long as it's not happening to me. Kat, and Alicia says, Kat. And Faye says, it's all too realistic. You see the horrible decisions people make while justifying themselves as the good guy of a situation. Yeah, that kind of thing horrifies me. I don't know how to be mean and nasty to people, even though like other people have been that way towards me. Like in my neighborhood, I've been walking around before, and there's this one woman, and I do not say this lightly because I don't speak ill of people, but there is a nasty old woman who lives in my neighborhood, and she is mean as hell, and I do not like her, and I do everything that I can to not walk by her house because she is mouthy as shit and just rude. I do not like her. I don't get it why people have to be that way. Like why be so bitter? Like you could just be happy and be nice. And Heidi says DNFing is good. Then you end up reading only 4 or 5-star reads. That's true. Though there are some books that I want to stick out because the ending can really make it or break it for me. But the one that I ended up DNFing, I was like, it's a soft DNF. Might come back to it later, but I just don't have it in me right now to read it. And Kat says, I'm glad you're enjoying World War Z. I really liked it. The movie is so different, so I'm glad you didn't watch the movie first. I find people who watch the movie first don't enjoy the book. Well, that's fair, because you got like the whole Hollywood explosion, gunfight, drama of it all. And then in the movie, you also have Brad Pitt as a main character. And of course, in the book, there is no main character, which is also, I think, a very strange choice. Because it would have been cool for a movie to be an interview style where you have like all of these vignettes of people like having flashbacks, like I don't know why they thought that wouldn't be engaging, but I am also not a Hollywood director or producer and I don't have that kind of money. So nobody's asking me. Kat says, I follow Irwin's kids on Instagram too. Yay. Heidi says, sometimes it's fun to just dream about what you will do with the lottery winnings worth the dollar. Yeah. And that is fair because I have thought before about like how I would be able to take care of my family and stuff if I ever won the lottery. Because that's always like what my brain goes to is just because I have people in my family that have had like some really hard times in their life, and it's not their fault. Like nothing that happened to them they could have like prevented. And I would just like wipe all of it away if I could, but I don't think I'll ever win the lottery, especially because I don't play. Mostly I don't play, I should say, except for that, like, one scratch off. Rena says, not a job yet. Oh, okay. I'm working normie job a day, moonlighting as a developer at night, but perhaps in the future. Okay. My apologies for misunderstanding that. For some reason, I thought that was your job. So forgive me. And Zach says, I have good luck buying lottery tickets for other people. I got my friends 18 $1 scratch tickets. The lowest any of them got was $22 and the highest was 96. Dang, Zach. Yeah, that's a bummer that some of that couldn't rub off on you. Rena says, sometimes I think it's good to read bad books. I think worst thing is to read a mediocre book instead. Bad books are often entertaining. It depends on the type of bad, because in my experience, when a book ends up being bad enough that I give it 2 stars or lower, it's not entertaining. It's something that just makes me really angry. And I end up being put in a reading slump because of that book. But that also might be me. I'm glad that that would be entertaining for you to read a bad book. I'm usually just find it frustrating. Zach says, forget to say that was for the 18th birthdays. Oh, okay. I got you. Melinda says, I'm working at being a better DNFer. Yay, we can work on that together. Oh, and in case you guys are wondering, if you see my arms during this sprint and you notice that like I have bruises, I ended up going over to a Harbor Freight and buying a car jack, which weighed 80 pounds. And in order to lift it myself without struggling with it too much, I pinched it in between my arms, and I still have the bruises. So there's that. And Kat says, quite a few of the books were from a library, 10 picture books and 10 middle grade books. Oh, cool. Then you got a nice number of like each. That's also surprising. And Kat says, I'm probably the only reader on the planet Earth that has not DNF'd a book. Like ever has not DNF'd a book. Maybe Kat, you might be the only reader. Because I have DNF books, not very many in my life, but I do have a list. And Kat says, thanks, Alex. I feel so alone. I don't want you to feel alone, Kat. Alicia says, be back. And Kat's laughing. Alicia says, sorry, that was my dog. No worries. And Faye says, I don't think I've ever DNF'd without regretting it later. I prefer to finish and feel like my opinion of the book is fully informed. That's fair. Well, but then at least if you soft DNF a book, you have the intention of coming back and reading it later. So it's not really that you've given up on it. You're just not in the headspace to read it, which this book that I DNF'd is the first soft DNF I've probably ever done, because all my other ones have been like, this is too terrible for me to finish. And then I just don't. And Nicole says, LOL, your dog is trying to communicate, Alicia. Don't stop them. They got out the first part of bark. Alicia says, God only knows what he wants to say, Nicole. Well, that was awesome. Thank you, everybody. Go ahead and let me know in the comments how long you would like the next sprint to be. You can do 30 or 45 minutes. And then I got to give you your next question. What's it going to be? 30 or 45 minutes? Somebody please tell me so I can quit singing. Nobody wants to hear me sing, not even me. Okay, Nicole said 45, and Melinda also said 45, and so did Swank. So that makes it easy. They're doing another 45. Woohoo! All right, perfect. So my next question for you all, this one's going to be tough. Like it's going to be and my existential crisis that I put you all through is going to be kicking in again. You're welcome. Is, would you rather never eat at a restaurant again or never be allowed to go to the library? I thought of this one and was like, man, that's evil even for me. But it's a good one. So go ahead and think about that really hard during this next 45 minutes. And I am going to wish you all happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 232 in World War Z, so I swapped back to reading this. And I want to see how everybody else did, as well as what your answers were to would you rather never eat at a restaurant again or never be allowed to go to the library? Let's see here. Oh, right before we left, Kat said, I have to hop off and go to my mother in law's for dinner. Be back. Hopefully, she's having a fantastic dinner. And Nicole says, bye, Kat. Alicia also said, bye, Kat. And Faye says, never eat at a restaurant again. I never do anyway. Well, that makes it easy. And Zach says, I didn't DNF for 20-ish years, but I do it once or twice a year now. Well, good on you, or when recognizing when you need to do that. Melinda says, does not being able to go to the library mean we can't use Libby? If so, I'd give up the restaurant. If I could still use Libby, I'd give up the library because I get sick of cooking. I would say there are workarounds for both. So, for example, like you wouldn't be able to eat at a restaurant, but maybe you could do takeout, right? And so, like, if you can't go to the library, maybe you could have like a bookmobile deliver books to you, or maybe maybe you could use Libby, something like that. But it's about being able to go to the physical place. So for you, it sounds like you would choose going to the or giving up going to the library because you want to be able to go out to eat, which is fair, perfectly fair. And Nicole says, never eat at a restaurant. There's still takeout. Also, I grew up going to the library, but rarely going out to eat. Okay, there you go. So going out to eat is more special for you now as an adult. And I can understand that. Robert says, what if there's a restaurant in the library? Don't at me. Everyone here cheats at these questions. That's a good one because I actually do have a local library that has a coffee shop in it. It's like a local chain that made an agreement with the town and was like, yeah, we'll have one of these coffee shops in your library. So I guess if you chose to never eat at a restaurant, but you could go to a library, that means you wouldn't be able to go to the coffee shop or the restaurant that's in the library, but you could be in the library part of the library. There you go. Alicia says, I like the way you think, Robert. And Swank says, I had to say it, but I love restaurants and can find books from other sources. Please don't stone me. No, I'm not going to stone you. All of us here are people who we own books, right? Like we like to buy books. We like to see books in our home. But, some of us also really enjoy going to the library and, being able to just get loaner copies of books and give them back too. So it's whatever your preference is, and if people don't use the library and they go, well, I just have restaurants then because I don't use the library anyway, I'd be like, oh well, maybe you'd find something at the library if you have a good one near you. But some people don't. Like that's another thing I have come to learn is like I'm very privileged with the library that I have because it's not just one library. I have access to many different libraries. If I wanted to, I mean, I could go to different ones all over my state, which is cool. And some people, they have like one local small library that they have to drive like an hour to be able to get to, and that's really not all that convenient. So, but really, just dependent on where you are. Heidi says, never eat at a restaurant. My husband just told me he prefers my cooking than eating out or ordering in. I guess after 20 years, I finally learned to cook. That is so sweet, Heidi. You have a keeper there. And Keaton also enjoys my cooking. So, there's that. I will say, as long as I had the ability to get takeout, I would probably pick that I would still want to go to the library. But the only time that would be hard is like when I have family that come from out of town or friends that come to visit. That's like one of our special things that we do is go out to a restaurant and eat. And the thought of having to give that up is very painful for me. That's why when I thought of this question, I was like, this one is particularly hard because I'm sentimental about both places. I really don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do, but I would be devastated if I couldn't go to the library again. So it's just, it's so hard. So hard. Zach says, I'll pick the library. That just means I'll bankrupt myself with books slightly faster and become the library. There you go. Emily says, there's always takeout. So reluctantly, I say no more restaurants. Okay. And Rena says, I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Well, bye, Rena. Hope you're getting some good sleep. Robert says, Alicia Wright, horror burger, sci fi fries, fictional Franks. I like that last one. I like them all. That is pretty good. Robert's telling Rena good night. Robert says, Keaton, food drop incoming? No, I ate before Keaton got home today. I had messaged him and I was like, don't worry, I'm going to eat so that you don't have to be concerned about me when you get home. I ate Panda Express, by the way. I had that orange chicken. And Swank says, sorry, gotta go. Bye, Swank. And Zach says, bye, Swank, too. Faye says, I read 32 pages. Very nice. And Melinda says, I finished Know My Name. Wow, 5 stars. Woohoo! People making progress tonight. That's awesome. Also, be sure to let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. I have a feeling, just an inkling, that people are going to say 45 minutes again, which is totally cool. But I'm curious because it seems like now we've kind of moved to having more longer ones, and it's been nice to do that as well. Get like longer, actual like breaks to read. But let me know what you want to do, 30 or 45 minutes. And Zach says, I got to book 8 out of 24 in the Iliad, going to get to book 15 today. Wow. Oh, the Iliad. I have not dealt with the Iliad, like at least if you're talking about the same one that is like the original like saga, right? I have not read that since I was a freshman in high school. That's been a long time. Faye says you could always rent a hall and get a caterer. That is true. I do that technically for my job at work. And Nicole said 30. Nicole changing it up. Nicole changing it up. We're going to do 30 minutes for the next one. Okay. No problemo. Get that set. And Nicole says, just to shake things up. I can appreciate that. Hey, Diane. Hope that you're doing well tonight. And that means that I got to give you all your next question. And that is, if a book was written about your life, what would be the title? I think this one's a hard one. I was trying to think about this myself, and it took me a while. Diane said evening. All right, I got the time changed on here, got it pulled up. I will see you on a little bit. Think about what that book title would be, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Made it to page 247 in World War Z. I'm in the longest chapter of the book right now. So most of them are not like super long, but there's this one section called Around the World and Above that is 97 pages long of a 342 page book. So it's a pretty sizable chapter. That's the one I'm in right now. So before we left, I asked you all the question, if a book was written about your life, what would be the title? And Diane, I know you have written a couple books, Diane. You said, I wrote one and became an Amazon International national bestselling author. The title, Even Tough Women Can Crack Like Eggs Sometimes. Yes, I have seen that on Amazon, and I think it's really cool that you wrote a book. Heidi says, I was alone. I took a ride, didn't know what I'd find there. That's a good one. I like that. Robert says, title, if I put the one sock back in the wash, will the missing sock reappear? A tale of woe, personal loss, and mismatched attire. Oh, that's perfect, Robert. Honestly, that's amazing. And Zach says, my biography would be called Scar Tissue. Okay, I like that. It's kind of a dramatic title, very intriguing. You said, yeah, it is the original Iliad. I reread the Odyssey earlier this year and am buddy reading the Aeneid in August. That one isn't by Homer. Okay. That explains why I probably didn't have to read it because we were required to read the Odyssey and the Iliad, but I have not had to read that. The title for my biography or autobiography, which wouldn't be half as funny or interesting as your all's answers, would be Independent to a Fault. That would probably be mine. And Heidi says, Zach, I think the actor who played Gandalf narrates a version of the Iliad. I never read it. Do you think I must? I enjoyed the Odyssey. And Emily says, I don't even know what the focus of the book would be, so it's hard to think of a title. I guess that'd be the job of my biographer. LOL. That's sweet. Kat says, I'm back. Yay. And Nicole says, hi, Kat. Welcome back. Good timing. Heidi says, Kat, what would be the title of your biography? And Kat says, no idea. It is a tough question because like coming up with a good snappy title for something like that is hard, but I'm sure we all could come up with something given enough time. Mine would probably change. That was just the thing I could come up with at the time, Independent to a Fault. But I will go ahead and get our next sprint set up here, unless you all have more comments. Kat says, did not have enough time to think about it. Yeah, I know you just came back. Zach says, Heidi, the Iliad has been less interesting for me. It's all the Trojan War, and the gods are constantly messing with everything. So it's more about what they want than what would actually happen. Okay. Lauren, hi, Lauren. I hope that you are having a wonderful evening, that you are enjoying yourself, and as you head into the weekend. And Kat says 45 minutes. All right, Kat, I will change it back here because we just had a 30-minute one. There we go. Let's see. Oh, Lauren, also please tell Harper and Mackenzie that I said hello. Let's see. I want to give you all your next question, which is, when you are struggling to read, what kind of books do you gravitate towards to put you back on track? And I actually have Kat to thank for this one because we were emailing and she gave me this idea for this question. So very fun. Sabrina, oh my gosh, hi. So happy to see you. How have you been? It's been such a long time. I hope life is treating you well and that you're like doing fun stuff right now. And I will go ahead and put our next sprint up. I know that one was like a very short little break, but it was a quick answers. So, that happens sometimes. Gotta get back into World War Z. I think I can't tell whether I want to get through the rest of this chapter and then take a break, or if I'm going to need to take a break before then. I'm probably going to have to take a break before then. But if I can get through at least this one like vignette that I'm in right now, I'll probably be okay with that because this one is a really long one. It's about a crew that ended up absconding with a Chinese naval submarine, like one of the kind of like nuclear submarines. And they did it obviously without permission from their government. And they snuck their family on board and just talking about what it was like to keep resurfacing and look around and see like all the people who had gone to sea. Trying to like get away from the zombies on land. So that's interesting. It's just a long one. So that's what I'm going to be working on. But yeah, so, got 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all, again, more happy reading or whatever it is that you're working on. And I'll see you all in a bit. Be sure to answer that question. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did with your sprint. I did get to the end of that chapter, that vignette in World War Z, and I went back to reading Death's End, and I'm on page 52 in Death's End and page 255 of World War Z. So good. I'm feeling good. Making some progress tonight. Before we left, I asked you all the question, when you are struggling to read, what kinds of books do you gravitate towards to put you back on track? Let's see. I believe Kat was probably the first to answer, and she was. Kat says children's literature, which I knew, but maybe you all didn't. And I think that's an awesome answer. And Sabrina said, I'm good. I'm good. I hope you're doing well. Reading Ready Player One now. Oh, cool. I read that years ago. I read that, I think it was when I was in college or like late high school years. I can't remember exactly. But I really liked it at the time. Never watched the movie. And I haven't read the sequel because I've heard the sequel is not that great. But it was gifted to me by a friend of mine, so I have a copy of it. But I've spent years like since it came out, and I still haven't read it. And Faye says, title, this is why she's obsessed with escapism. And Faye, I would like context for that. Kat says, Sabrina, excellent choice. I love Ready Player One. Yeah, it's full of like so many 80s references. Like that's just a book chock full of them that if you were a child of the 80s, you would love it. And Emily says, the way you talk about World War Z sounds fascinating. Might have to add to the list. I would say that you should at least give it a try. If you don't want to buy a copy, definitely do what I did and go to the library and just see how you feel. Because I really like, that's the one funny thing. Kat and I have so many similarities about the things that we read, but I am not a big zombie person and she loves them. And I was like, I'm going to try because Kat says she loves it. And also Cliff from Cliff Stark Gems said that it was a great book. And I'm like, well, I got to try it now. And I do like it for a zombie story. I really do like it. And Nicole said, I will try and read a short and fast paced book to get me out of a slump. Pacing tends to be more important than length. That is fair. I know for me, I tend to do that as well, but I will also try to change up the genre. So, for example, in the past, when I have felt like I was in a slump, I would read something like Terry Pratchett. You know, like every week I'm talking about Terry Pratchett, but something like funny or something that's a completely different genre than whatever I just read that had me in a slump. So, for example, when I read Our Sheriff Knight, which is supposed to be, you know, a horror novel, I could not go and just pick up another horror book. I was like, I have to have something that cleanses the palate that is very different from this. And that is when I went to Chilling Effect, which is sci fi and has some comedy in it. So, that tends to be what I gravitate towards, is something that's kind of like funny. Heidi says, I struggle when the author waxes poetic like in Sun Eater or the prose is too purple like The Curse of the Mistwraith. I will try the audio for the latter as I love Jenny Wurst's, is it Verst's or Wurst's Empire trilogy. That is very fair. Like, you know, being able to swap between physical and audio, I know helps people sometimes. Faye says, kinds of books depends why I'm off track, but usually a thriller or sci-fi, something page turny. Awesome. And Zach says, I picked something I've already committed to read. That's why I'm reading the Iliad. I committed to read the other two before Aeneid, and the Song of Achilles is a book club book of this month. I need to read the Song of Achilles. I also need to read Circe. I'm interested in both of them. The Song of Achilles, I probably would want to read first, but just the fact that like that book has sold what, tens of thousands of copies now, like it has so many ratings. I have to know what's up. I can tell you right now that if I go to, well, not if, but when, excuse me, I go to Powell's in July, I will be looking for a copy of the Song of Achilles. They'll probably have one. I would be shocked if they didn't. And Heidi says, I gravitate to a book with humor after I DNF. I think I read the question wrong earlier. I finished First Law, so now my rescue is the Death Stalker series. I know you want me to read that so bad, Heidi. I know you want me to. And I love that you also are somebody that wants a book with some humor in it. Robert says, back on track, novellas, low stakes, or cozy reads. Garlic and the Vampire. Yeah, excellent. Kind of like graphic novel fun. Legends and Lattes, Elder Race. Super cool. I really look forward to reading Garlic and the Vampire. And I have a copy of Legends and Lattes. And if I really like it, I will be looking to get a copy of the sequel, which I'm struggling to think of what the name is right now, but I can see the cover very clearly. And Diane says, reading slumps or not in the mood. I am a hashtag mood reader, so this is a constant thing. I'm grateful for my Kindle to whip out whatever strikes my fancy, romantic, suspense, Harlequin category romances. There you go. Cool. Yeah, the beauty of the Kindle, like having everything at your fingertips. And Zach says, I'm slumpy because I had a real bad time with The Grace of Kings by Ken Liu, which was a different book club pick. Don't you always hate it when that happens? Like, I felt so good at the beginning of the year, and I was like, yeah, I'm like going right along. And whenever I hit that first slump, it just makes it so difficult. And then if I end up having another slump so close after it, oh, that's like the worst feeling. And I have been struggling lately with trying to keep up on my reading and feeling engaged and wanting to like read. I had mentioned that to Kat also when we were emailing, that I was like, I feel like there's so many things right now that are drawing my attention into different tracks. Like, I could like play a game, or I could, do car stuff, or I can read, or I have work, or, any number of things, going out with friends, having people over. And I'm like, I can't focus, it seems like, on any like one thing. But I know that it's cyclical. Like, I don't know about you all, but like my hobbies sometimes cycle in terms of like I'll still participate in all of them, but one of them dominates over the others. And I know reading always comes back to being like number one after a short period of time. So I think I'm in like one of those like short breaks right now where I'm just struggling to read, but I will get back into it again. I'm at least still reading, which feels good. Like, it's not like I've given up. It's just I'm not dedicating as much time to it as I was like at the beginning of the year. And Alicia says, I'm still here lurking. Hubby came home making dinner, cleaning off my desk, planning the next couple of my books, etc. Woohoo! Awesome. Very productive. Diane says, and my cozy mysteries. Yeah. Alicia says, I think it's getting ready to storm here. Well, stay safe and stay dry. I personally do not enjoy storms. It's been okay. This is going to sound super nerdy, but I realized that I have like a rain app on my phone, and I like to track how much rain that we get. And I was noticing that the numbers were not accurate at all. So I went and I bought one of those like water gauges, that have like the inch marks on them, and it's got like these little hummingbirds that spin. And I have been like, I have been tracking in my notebook. I know it's super dorky how much rain we've been getting. And I was right. The app was like super wrong. And we've been getting a lot of rain. Like, we'll have like some breaks, but every time it's raining, it has been a lot at once. I don't know if that's global warming or what, but it's kind of disturbing. Nicole says, I need bookish help. My current read, Drood, contains so many spoilers to other Dickens novels I want to read. Do I keep going and hope I forget, or stop and read all of Dickens first? I think that would be a huge commitment to stop if you were already enjoying it, and go back and read the other novels. Because here's the thing, even if there are spoilers, are you going to remember specifically which one is for which book and when it happens? I mean, if you give yourself enough time between this book and other Dickens novels, you might like be kind of surprised again. I don't know. That's my personal opinion, because I would stink to have to stop and then go and read all the other ones. Others may disagree though. And he said, I like long suffering book projects, so both are real options. Okay, fair. That is very fair. Faye says, read all of Dickens. The plot does focus a lot on Dickens's work. Yeah, there you go. I mean, Faye has more experience with Dickens by far than I do. So, you definitely take her for her word. And hi, Christina. Good to see you. And Christina says, hi, Alex. Hi, chat. Just stopping in to hug the like button and spending some time with my son today. Well, thank you so much, Christina. I really appreciate that. I hope you have fun with your son. Alicia says, time for dinner. Thank you for sprints. Happy reading. You too, Alicia. Enjoy your dinner. Kat says, Robert, I love Garlic and the Vampire. It was so cute and wholesome. Emily says, I read a number of books at the same time, which allowed me the freedom to pick and choose based on my mood, interest, time, etc. I have just gotten back into doing that. For the longest time, I would only read one book at a time. And I really am grateful, like, for the fact that I had started reading nonfiction, because nonfiction is what allowed me to start picking up 2 books, and now it does help. Like, I get tired of one and I'm like, "Oh, man, like, I need a rest," and I go and I pick up a different one and I'm like, "Oh, I feel energized to read again." I'm definitely doing that tonight, which feels awesome. It also helps, I have noticed, for me to be able to punctuate it with a graphic novel or something that is, like, just because there's, like, the visual stimulation of a graphic novel and then just, like, the added mental stimulation of reading like a regular book. And like somehow those differences help me. Don't ask me why. It just does. You said, currently I'm reading a graphic novel, literary fiction, nonfiction, philosophy. I will soon start a fantasy and finish a memoir. Cool. That's awesome. And Social Butterfly, hi Anne, says, light, fluffy, good guy wins type help put me on top. Also, anything I can laugh about. Yeah, everybody liking the good laugh. That's great. Said, hello, all. Reading The Marvelers by Danielle Clayton. Is it Danielle? That's a really cool way to spell that name. I like it. Very cool. Thank you, Anne. Robert says, Kat, I have to remember to check if the library has the other books in the series. Definitely. For Garlic? Yeah. Heidi says, Emily, which fantasy book? That is my jam. You said, I was able to start Congo on this last sprint. Alex, have you read Christian? I have not. Jurassic Park Timeline, The Andromeda Strain. I have heard, well, obviously of Jurassic Park, but I've heard of The Andromeda Strain. Have not read it. And Timeline sounds familiar, but not as familiar as The Andromeda Strain. So, it's just yet another thing to add to my list, Heidi. There's so many great recommendations that you give that I'm like, oh, gotta add it to the list. And Sabrina says, I would say probably a good romantic comedy gets me back on track. Yeah, that's awesome. Now, Sabrina, do I remember that you like Emily Henry? I am not a romance reader, but I kind of want to try one, like get out of my comfort zone and try a book. And the main author I've been looking at to potentially try is Emily Henry, just because so many people talk about her. And I don't have any interest in reading Colleen Hoover. So it's basically going to have to be probably Emily Henry. But I want people to tell me whether she's good or not. Kat says, Robert, me too. Melinda says, it didn't get as much reading done as I'd like because my husband kept talking. I see. It's so funny you say that, because I've had nights also where I'm like sitting down and I'm chilling, and Keaton will be having a conversation with me, and I know that he like needs that time to be able to talk, and it just we love him, and I know I'm Gabby sometimes too, so it's sweet, when they want to talk with us. Got to appreciate it. He said, I tend to go for a mystery from a trusted author. There you go. That's great. And Zach says the Iliad finally got more interesting in book 9. Cool. The first 8 books felt like they were mostly lists of red shirts dying. Oh, good Star Trek reference. But now they're all gone and it's focusing on the characters that matter. Okay, good. That's awesome. I don't remember that. I don't remember much of the Iliad, to be fair. Heidi says, Alex, it is confirmed there will be a TV series for The Dark Forest and Death's End. That makes sense. I mean, with the popularity of everybody talking about Three Body when it came out. So cool. And Kat says, Barry and I are starting to watch the series Resident Alien. Okay, cool. I like that. And Denise, hi Denise. Denise says, hello, reading a middle grade called Road Trip for the Amazing Readathon. Sweet. It's a great title. Oh, I wanted to tell you all I had a really cool experience yesterday. So we have like a little farmers market in our community that Keenan and I can go to, and they have like trucks and artists and vendors. Well, the library for the first time had their bookmobile out, and I finally got to go into a bookmobile. And of course, they have like books for adults and for kids. And I wanted to show you some of the ones that I'll show you all of them that I picked up. I don't know in what order I'll get to them. I might end up having to return them before I get through all of these, but I wanted to show you what I found in case any of you have read any of these, and you can tell me if you like them. So give me 1 second. Okay. Also my light. There we go. I was getting bright. Okay. I should probably turn this one on. There we go. So I have Strangeville School is Totally Normal, which got me based off of the cover art and the title, which I thought was hilarious. And it's a pretty short book. This is one that I've heard of because it was a John Newbery Medal winner, which was awesome. And that's When You Trap a Tiger. This one was actually recommended on Amazon, believe it or not. The next one was a Newbery Honor book, and it is We Dream of Space, which sounds like a friendship novel and something that was really cute, and I liked that. And then this was a mystery that a friend of mine told me that I have to read, and that is None of This Is True by Lisa Jewell. So I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to go with these, but all of them sounded great. And I was just really excited to get to go on the bus and have a fun conversation with the librarian, because she also told me that they have like volunteer opportunities open at the library right now. And I'm probably going to take them up on that because I've wanted to volunteer at the library for a long time. I thought that sounded awesome. Anyway, Denise, you made me think of that, so thank you. And Faye says, context, I'm chronically ill and have good reasons for being agoraphobic, so my life isn't exactly fun and never has been, but books and TV and movies are. Yeah. Escapism. I get you. Need for escape. Kat says, so I'm going to wish everyone a good night. Happy weekend, everyone. Oh, you too, Kat. Bye. Hope you have a great weekend. Heidi says, Melinda, I wish I had a talkative husband. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. You're welcome, Kat. Thanks for coming. And Zach says, and I learned there was an ancient Greek city called Caledon, which might be where is Sanderson got the name Caledon from Stormlight. Oh, very possible. That's we also reuse a lot of names. It's amazing to me how many cities in the United States have the same name. Kind of kills me. Heidi says, good night, Kat. Robert says, Bookshops and Bone Dust. Thank you, Robert. Yes, the sequel to, oh my God. I just said it. What the hell? Legends and Lattes. My brain is dying, apparently. That I'm just also really terrible with names. And Denise says, Cersei was so good. Yeah, I got to read that. Melissa says, Heidi, normally I love conversations with my husband, just not when I'm reading. Can confirm. I understand that. Zach says, I read Cersei last month and liked it, but didn't love it. But at least you liked it. That's good. Liking it means it was probably like anywhere between a 3 and a 4 star, I would hope. Heidi says, Zach, I DNF'd Way of Kings. Diane says, I listened to Rain, Thunder, and Lightning on my Echo and on YouTube. We have had rain and thunderstorms the past couple of days, so no swimming. Their mermaid is not happy. No! I also hate it when you like have plans and you can't do the thing that you want to do because it's raining. Like I'm sensitive about rain because I get stressed out about water, and that's just part of my job. I'm pretty sure I've probably told you all that, but like water intrusion is a big no. And rain stresses me out. And so, like, I wish I was that person that found it soothing. I did when I was a kid. I honestly found rain soothing before I had my current job. And then now I don't anymore. So maybe one day I'll get over it. Probably not, but maybe one day. But it also just ruins so many plans. I said, thanks for the sprint hugs. Have a wonderful evening and terrific weekend. You too. Thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone. How do you like The Marvelers? And Nicole says, thanks, Alex and Faye. I've decided to read all the Dickens first. I like Dickens more than Simon. So if I had to choose, I'd put off Simon's. That's fair. There you go. That's very fair. So good. I'm glad that you were able to listen to Faye and not me. Diane says, I could not read Funny Story by Emily Henry. It was a DNF. Okay, good to know. Robert says, romance, you have a copy of Outlander? I do. Where is my copy of Outlander? Is it here? I'm trying to think. Is it here or is it at my mom's? I'll have to go and find that because I know that I have one. Oh, well, I did at least used to have a physical copy. That one was the one I was thinking. I'm like, I don't know where that is, but I have a digital one. Yes, I just remembered. I have one on my Kindle. Zach says, I've read almost all of Michael Crichton. Congo is pretty good. The only two I don't like at all were Prey and Disclosure. Okay. Emily says, Heidi, Soul Taming the Serpent. It's a booktube book, so no idea what it's about yet. Oh, a book club book. Excuse me, not booktube book. Hey, JK, how are you? JK says, Diane, Heidi, Melinda, me, Kat, Faye, Denise, Robert, Zach. Hi, everyone. What are you guys working on tonight? And Nicole says, book haul time. And Zach says, at JK, the Iliad. And Nicole says, hi, Joanne, reading and ladies of the club. Melinda says, my last sprint, I read the Dove, or my last sprint, I read The Dove Keepers by Alice Hoffman. Yeah, Alice Hoffman was the author of Practical Magic, correct? I believe. I have seen that movie. I am interested what the novels are like because, of course, there's more books than the movie, like just one movie. Denise says, hi, Joanne. And Diane says, I wasn't feeling that book with Lisa. That's fair. Robert says, JK, hello. I started reading Adam Neville's Before We Wake. Cool. Nicole says, nightcap. Nicole says, random fact, Franklin is most common city name. Really? Surprisingly, Springfield is tiered for third. I wouldn't have guessed Franklin, but I believe you. Denise says, I wanted to read When You Trap a Tiger and We Dream of Space. I have none of this is true, but have not read it yet. Okay, good to know. 3 of the 4 ain't bad. Nicole says, hi, Denise. Robert says, none of this is true. You can return that now if you choose to read it. Don't read the prologue. Okay, good to know. I haven't read the prologue yet, so so can I read it at the end of the book then? Like, do I want that for context? Because are you telling me this because I can guess everything? Is that why? Because I'm going to figure it out? Is that specifically for me, Robert, or is that for everybody who reads it? I need that clarification because if it's for me, I will respect that. Heidi says, Emily, I just looked up that serpent title. It sounds like romantasy possibly. You will have to give me your review in the future. Okay. Diane says, evening, Joanne. I am reading and going to relax with my husband after. Woohoo! Diane says, yes, Hoffman is. And Denise says, hi, Nicole. Diane says, night, cat. Nicole says, I wouldn't have guessed Franklin either. No. JK says, Robert, hello, nice to meet you. What kind of book do you enjoy reading? Diane, hey, Diane, good to see you. How you been? Alex, I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I am doing just fine, too. Thank you. You said, have a bit of a headache, though, so I'm going to rest for the rest of the night. Yeah, absolutely. I hope that you get to chill out. It's not fun to have a headache on a Friday night, assuming that it's still Friday for you, I should say. Robert says, yes. Robert, that. Oh, okay. There we go. We got clarification. You said it's for everyone. Okay. Fair enough. Good to know. Skip the prologue. I can read it at the end. What a bummer. I like I don't like skipping things, but I trust you. He says Alex Crichton is pronounced Crichton. I'm sorry, guys. That's embarrassing. Crichton is a bizarre spelling. I should have known. I probably should have known that, but oh well. Because Michael Crichton is a name that I recognize. Have we talked about this before? I feel like I'm having deja vu, unless, no, that had to have been a different word. It was a different word that I was pronouncing incorrectly. I hope that I didn't do it twice. Denise says, Robert, I'm curious about the prologue now too. And you said, thanks for the tip, Robert. So Denise, are you going to follow that advice? Because I will, because I do trust Robert. Because if he says that I should just take it back now, otherwise that's a pretty big threat. Diane says, I'm good, Joanne. Thank you for asking. Please rest, hydrate, and feel better. Yes. Zach says, I don't remember which ancient book it was in, but I learned Memphis was an ancient city name, and there was a character named Cletus in Odyssey. He was a warrior. I'm assuming it's pronounced Cletus and not Cletus. Is it Cletus? I don't know. Cletus is a good, a good American hick name. And that, I don't mean that offensively if you know anybody named Cletus, because it's a fun name. But like when I was growing up, my family used to always make the joke, Cletus, you dipstick, like that thing. Wasn't that from Dukes of Hazzard? Maybe. Robert says, Denise, huge spoiler of an event that happens later. Ah, what? In the prologue? That's terrible. So wrong. Denise says, yes, we'll follow. Well, Robert, congratulations. You convinced 2 people not to read the prologue. Diane says, I agree, Robert. Good to know. JK says, Diane will do currently admiring the new mood board one of my writer friends made for me for PS and S. Sweet. I love that. That was a great chat, everybody. Awesome. And we've also made it over the 4-hour mark. Woohoo. So I can tell you what we could do. I would be down for one more 45-minute sprint. I think that would be good. That would be putting us like right before 5 hours. Would everybody be okay with that? Feeling good about that? Zach says, it amused me picturing Cletus from The Simpsons as a Greek warrior. There you go. Teresa, hi. Teresa says, hello, everyone. I just got home. I need to eat dinner, but you're probably almost done anyway. Yeah, can do one more sprint, but it'll be a long one, so you can have a nice like little rest before we get to say goodbye. Nicole says, hi, Teresa. And Robert says, yes. He says, yes to 45. Melinda says, yep. Thank you, everybody, for being understanding. Denise says, I could do one more. I caught you late. Okay, cool. Diane says, sounds good. Fantastic. Then that means, you all know what that means. What is going to be my last question of the evening? It's going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Of course, that has to be the question. And Nicole says, 45 is good. I can start my new book. Awesome. Teresa says, hi, Nicole. Have you moved? She got everything packed up and out of the house. I know that. Oh, Diane says, dinner is falafel, panini, and hummus. Oh, falafel is one of my favorite foods in the entire world. Oh, my God. I'm jealous. I love falafel and hummus. It's funny because you're dipping chickpeas in more chickpeas, but they have different herbs and they don't taste the same. So it doesn't count. And Nicole says, I did. They moved everything out today. Love it. And Heidi says, Diane, your dinner sounds good. Yes, it does. I'm jealous. I might have to see if I can convince Keaton to go for Mediterranean soon. Oh, that sounds so good. Okay. Anyway, I will get the timer started here. Be sure to tell me something you were proud of this week, because I'd love to hear about it. And I'm going to get the timer started. Happy reading, everybody. Last sprint of the night. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did in your last sprint of the evening. And as always, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I'm looking forward to hearing these answers. Let's see. Diane says, my husband saved another dog that was tossed out of a car outside our house. Oh my God. Another one? Oh, I'm so glad that your husband cares to help the animals, because that is so heartbreaking to me, and I do not understand the cruelty of people. Well, one, why you would dump a dog, and two, why you would just throw them out somewhere to defend them, fend for themselves potentially when they're injured or could easily be. So bless his heart for that. Nicole said, plus chickpeas are so good. You can dip chickpeas in chickpeas and top it with crunchy chickpeas to boot. It's so true. So true. I think it's so weird, though, that they're also called garbanzo beans, because I just love calling them chickpeas. Melinda says, made it through my kid's last day of school without crying at first. Or a first. I'm proud of you. Well done, Melinda. Nicole says, yay, Melinda. Diane says, thank you, Heidi. The hummus plate from Zacky Zack's is delicious. It was my first time ordering from them. I would pass it and finally DoorDash it tonight. Nice. And Faye says, I'm proud of my A+ and posting a video for the first time in months. Great job, Faye. That's awesome. I mean, I knew about the A+. I didn't know about posting the video, so that's sweet. Zach says, I got my credit card balance to $0. Yes! Had to get 2.5 thousand out of savings, but because of interest, it saved me money in the long run. Yes, it did. And good on you for being savvy about debt and paying off credit card debt with those extremely high interest rates. So good for you. Be very proud. Heidi says, Zach, that is super. I had a shopping addiction, so I do not think I will live to see a zero balance. While most people on this chat probably love to buy books, for me, it was handbags and shoes. I did not know that, Heidi, that you had a shopping addiction, but it sounds like you have recognized that and are working to make it better. So that's great. Denise says, I finished a road trip, which sounds great. It sounds like so much fun. Where did you get back from? Robert says, streamer I follow on Twitch rescued kittens from a viaduct and started a fund so that they could get them food. So I donated to that. That's fantastic. I'm proud of you all for helping the animals. Denise says, read 14 books this week. Good God, 4 of them were full-length adult novels. Damn, girl, go. That's awesome. Nicole says, wow, the day has caught up with me, and I'm not going to make the last 8 minutes. Thanks for hosting a night, everyone. Oh, good night to you too, Nicole. I get that. Heidi says, Alex, thank you for your Friday night lights. You're welcome, Heidi. Hope you had a good evening. And Joanne says, just finished with another work task, on to revisions for my bakery, Rivals to Lovers, work in progress, Project Sugar and Spice. Woohoo! That's awesome. I was wondering if you were still working on it, Joanne. And Alicia says, my accomplishment of the week is paying off my personal loan. Look at you guys paying off loans. Slowly but surely completing debt-free journey. That is so fantastic. Very, very proud of you. Alicia says, wow, Denise. And Denise says, road trip was the book I was reading. Oh, duh. Sorry. I'm being a goober. Although I would love a real road trip. I should have guessed from the fact that you capitalized road trip. So you finished title road trip. Oh, I'm tired too. Joanne says, me, I am hoping to self-pub the book this summer or fall. Well, you've been working hard on it, so I'm hoping that for you too. And Alicia says, I completed my Goodreads goal of 52 books, now activating secondary goal to reach 120 books. Holy crap. That's awesome. Emily said, was indeed able to finish both books during the sprint. Yeah, thanks for the sprint. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Emily. Let's see. My accomplishment for the week was that I made it through another social hour that I hosted. And And I had a really nice conversation actually with one of my bartenders. They're super, super sweet people. I hire the same mom and daughter team for every social hour that I host. I got to have such a lovely, like, personal conversation with the mom, and she told me that she wants to go out and have a drink with me, like, personally, like, outside of our business relationship in the month of July, and that meant a lot to me. So I count that as a success that I'm personable enough. People want to go and have a drink with me. So that makes me feel good. So yeah, that's one thing I'm happy about. And then tomorrow I'm hosting a little gathering and I'll be grilling out. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to say that I'm proud of making tasty burgers and brats. So we'll see. Joanne said, Alex, that's an awesome accomplishment. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, it was a really sweet conversation. They're good people. That's why I keep hiring them back, because I get the choice of who I hire for the events because I'm the one in charge of the budget. And they've always been good to me, and I like being good to them. And yeah, they're cool people. But you all are cool people too. So, with that, thank you all for hanging out with me for this lovely 5 hour stint. This is the longest one that I've done in a while, but it helps that the days are longer now. And so I feel like I can, stay up and have that energy for you all. So, hope you have a fantastic weekend. Get to do a bunch of good stuff. Read if you want to, go out on adventures if you want to. And I also hope that I'll be able to see you next week. So, fingers crossed on that. Alicia says, thanks for sprints. You're welcome. Robert says, have a great night, everyone. You too. Faye says, excellent, Alex. Thanks for sprints. You too. Thank you so much. And Melinda says, thanks, Alex. You're welcome, Melinda. Glad you could make it. And Joanne says, have a great weekend, everyone. You too. Oh, bye, everyone.